வேண்டும். உலகிற்கு அதுவே உத்தம நன்மை. ஒரு சில கயவர்கள் மாயையில் சிக்கி செய்திட்ட சதிகளால் உலகை பலி கொடுக்க ஆகாது. சிருஷ்டி நஷ்டமடையக் கூடாது. பிரபஞ்சம் அழிந்துவிடக் கூடாது. பிரளயத்து இருந்து இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தை காக்கவே பெரும் கப்பல் நானொன்று செய்தேன். அதன் பெயரே ஆதி கைலாசம். ஆதி கைலாசம் இந்த பிரபஞ்சத்தில் இருக்கும் ஞான சக்திகளை ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே நாம் செய்த கப்பல். துரோகிகள் சூழ்ச்சியாலும் விரோதிகள் ஆட்சியாலும் வழியின்றி கப்பலை விட்டு மாலுமியே ஒதுங்க வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததையா. அதனால்தான் ககனம் கொந்தளித்து பேரழிவை நோக்கி சென்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. மக்களே, அறியாத தனத்தினால் மாயையில் சிக்கி குழந்தைகள் தவறு செய்தாலும் பிரபஞ்சம் அழியாது காக்க வேண்டியது பராசக்தி, பரமசக்தி, பரஷோடசி மனோன்மணியின் பொறுப்பென்பதால் சத்தியங்கள் சிலவற்றை சொல்லுகின்றேன். நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அடுத்த சில மாதங்களில் 1000 அல்ல, லட்சம் அல்ல, கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். இந்திய நாட்டினில் கோடியில் உயிர்கள் பலியாகும். உண்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன், நன்மையை சொல்லுகின்றேன். தேடிக்கொள்ளுங்கள் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கைக்கு பாதுகாப்பை. ஆதி கைலாசத்தை நிர்வகிக்கும் அன்பர்களே, நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக வரப்போகும் இந்த மாபெரும் பிரளயத்தை தெரிந்து கொண்டு உலகில் இருக்கும் எல்லா ஔஷத சக்திகளையும் ஒன்றாய் திரட்டி நவபாஷாணத்து நிறுத்தி ஆனந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் ஸ்தாபித்து வைத்தேன். வருகின்ற குரு பூர்ணிமையோடு 12 ஆண்டுகள் அந்த ஞான ரசவாதம் பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து முழுமையான நவபாஷாண லிங்கமாய் மலர்ந்து விடுகின்றது. வருகின்ற குரு பௌர்ணமியில் இருந்து வருகின்ற எல்லோரும் அங்கு வந்து நவபாஷாண தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி செல்ல அனுமதியுங்கள். அதற்கு வகை செய்யும் விதத்திலே நல்ல முறையிலே எல்லா நன்மையும் செய்து வையுங்கள். இந்த தீர்த்தத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடியோர்க்கும் அந்த தீர்த்தத்தை அருந்தியோர்க்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று வராது, மரணம் இல்லை, துக்கம் இல்லை. இது அறிவியல் பூர்வமாய் அனுபவபூர்வமாய் நிரூபிக்கப்படும். அதனால் கோடிக்கணக்கில் மக்கள் வரிசையில் நின்று தினந்தோறும் வந்து நவபாஷாணத்தாலான ஆனந்த லிங்கத்தில், நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தில் நீராடி வணங்கி நன்மை பெற்று செல்வார்கள். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள் மக்களே. ஆதி கைலாசத்து நிர்வாகிகளே, இந்த ஒரு சேவையை உலகத்திற்கு செய்யுங்கள். நீங்கள் செய்த எல்லா கர்மங்களுக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தமாகும். நல் அமைதியும் ஞானமும் யோகமும் உங்களுக்கும் கிட்டும், உலகத்திற்கும் கிட்டும். 12 ஆண்டுகள் முன்பாக பராசக்தி நான் செய்து வைத்த நவபாஷாணம் சித்தித்து புளித்து பழுத்து முதிர்ந்து ரசவாத யோகத்தில் சித்தியாகி இன்று நிறைந்த நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கமாய் வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் மலர்ந்திருக்கின்றது. இதை செய்த காரணம் வரப்போகும் பிரபஞ்சத்தின் பிரளயத்திலிருந்து மக்களை காத்திடவே. எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நேரடியாய் மறைமுகமாய் உதவி செய்து உடன் இருந்த எல்லோரும் கேளுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோரையும் நம்பியே இந்த படகை நாம் உருவாக்கினோம். இந்த பெரும் சேவையில் எல்லோரும் வந்து பாகமாயிருந்து கொரோனா வராதவர், வந்தவர், வந்து நீங்கியோர் இவர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் மாபெரும் மருந்து நவபாஷாண நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்து தீர்த்த விருந்து. எல்லோரும் வந்து நல் நீராடி தற்காப்பும் பெற்று நோய் கண்டவர் நோயும் தீர்ந்து நன்மையெல்லாம் அடைந்திட இந்திய நாட்டு மக்களே, உங்களால் இயன்றதை செய்திடுங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நல் பாதுகாப்பும் உண்டு, நல்லதும் உண்டு. என்னை இழந்தாலும் என்னை நீங்கள் மறுத்தாலும் உங்களை நான் காப்பேன். அஞ்சாதீர்கள். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் நான் செய்து வைத்த கப்பலை உபயோகித்து இந்த ஆழிப் பிரளயத்தின் பெருங்கூத்து ஊழிக் கூத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன், நன்மையை சொல்லிவிட்டேன். பிராயஷ்சித்தம் வேண்டுமென்றும் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டுமென்றும் கதறிய பக்தர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பெருங்கருணையினால் தீர்வை தந்து விட்டேன். அன்பர்களே, பக்தர்களே, சீடர்களே, என் சொல் கேட்கும் நேர்மையான தொண்டர்களே, புயல் என புறப்படுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்திற்கு தேவையானதெல்லாம் உடனடியாய் செய்து வரப்போகும் மக்களுக்கெல்லாம் அன்னதானம் செய்து அவர்கள் நல்லபடி வைத்திய சரோவரத்தில் தீர்த்தமாடி நவபாஷாண மருந்தையே விருந்தாய்க் கொண்டு நோயிலிருந்து தற்காப்பும் பெற்று உயிர்காப்பும் பெற்று நல்லபடியாய் வாழ்ந்திட தேவையான சேவைகளை செய்யுங்கள். இதுதான் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பிராயஷ்சித்தம். நித்யானந்தன் வடிவு தாங்கி நிஜாவதாரமாய் நான் இந்திய நாட்டில் வந்தபொழுது என்னை வைத்து வாழாத பெருங்குற்றத்திற்கு பிராயஷ்சித்தம் இதுவே உங்களுக்கு. இதை யாவது செய்து, இது ஒன்றையாவது செய்து உங்களையும் காத்துக்கொள்ளுங்கள், நாட்டையும் காத்திடுங்கள். கோடிகளில் உயிர்கள் போகப் போகின்றது என்பதை நேரில் காண்பீர்கள். கண்ட பிறகுதான் நான் சொல்லும் வார்த்தையின் சத்தியமும் உண்மையும் உங்களுக்கு புரியப் போகின்றது. அழிவதற்கு முன் வந்து நவபாஷாண மருந்தை விருந்தாய்ப் பெற்று மரணத்திலிருந்து உங்களை காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பெருங்கருணை பேரருளால் அன்னை பராசக்தி அருளினேன் சத்தியத்தை. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை உடனடியாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு உங்களுக்கும் உலகத்துக்கும் நன்மை செய்து கொள்ளுங்கள். ஆதி கைலாசத்து நித்யானந்த லிங்கத்தின் எல்லைக்குள் ஆருக்கும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று தீண்டாது. இந்த சத்தியத்தை அனுபவபூர்வமாகவும் அறிவியற்பூர்வமாகவும் முழுமையாக நீங்கள் புரிந்து கொள்வீர்கள். இது நிரூபணமாகும். அன்னை பராசக்தி 12 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பாக உள்ள ஞான ஔஷத சக்திகள் அனைத்தையும் பிரம்மாண்ட யோனி ஹிரண்ய கர்ப்பத்திலிருந்து கொண்டு வந்து உருவாக்கி வைத்த நவபாஷாண லிங்கம் இன்று பிரளயத்திலிருந்து காக்கும் பெரும் கப்பலாய் உங்களுக்கு ஊதாவும். என இழந்தாலும் நான் செய்து வைத்த இந்த ரசவாத ஞானத்தின் துணை இழக்காமல் உங்களை நீங்களே காத்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். இது ஒன்றே வழி மக்களே, இது ஒன்றே வழி. ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Yes, it was a wonderful revelation of the Devi Parashakti. She has answered to one of the question to the devotee who asked about to save themselves from this pralaya. Devi has explained beautifully that world cannot be sacrificed for the sake of conspiracies done by a ignorant thief who got stuck in the Maya. Srishti should not have loss, cosmos should not have destruction. To save the cosmos from the pralaya, I made a huge ship. Its name is Adi Kailasa. Adi Kailasa is the ship that will gather all the enlightened powers of this cosmos and save the people from the pralaya. Through the tricks of the traitors and rules of the enemies, without any other way out, the time has come for the sailor itself to leave. That is why the sky is boiling and moving towards the huge destruction. People, even if the children do mistaken ignorance by getting struck in Maya, it is Parashakti, Paramashakti, Parashodashi, Manonmani. It's my responsibility to save the cosmos from the destruction. I'm telling some of the truths. Listen properly. Within next few months, not in thousands or lakhs, lives will be lost in crores. Crores of lives will be lost in India. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the good. Search for the protection for your life. Here, Devi has revealed about the future impact which India, the country India, going to face. She has told that for this pralaya, 12 years before itself, she has made the huge ship Adi Kailasa, especially the Vaidisara Linga, to heal the people from the pralaya. Even though the tricks of the traitors, the sailor itself has to leave, Devi has said, it is my responsibility again and again to save the people from the pralaya. Devi has said, especially to the India, the lives will be lost not in thousands or lakhs, crores and crores of lives will be lost in India. Devi has said, to save you from this pralaya, please find the protection for your life in Adi Kailasa. So now we'll be moving on to the next part of this segment where we're going to see the current state of the world, how this pandemic happening all across the globe as in line to the Devi's Parashakti's revelation.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. So now we are going to be looking into the various reports from the various news agencies and health organizations. As Devi Parashakti has revealed that in coming months, there are going to be a large number of deaths in India and in the various other parts of the world. So we are going to be looking into the various reports now. So authorities in 223 countries and territories have reported about 403 million COVID-19 cases and 5.8 million deaths since China reported its first case to the World Health Organization in December 2019. So from that, almost 2.5 years has passed, and we have seen almost 5.8 million deaths all across the world and almost 403 million plus COVID-19 cases. So these are reports from all over the world, not just in any one specific country. So this graph shows the number of cases, or we can say more about the intensity, the more number of cases as per the country wide. So here you can see in the graph that United States having one of the highest number of cases, and some of the European country can be seen to having the highest number of cases. Here you can see some of the African, North American country and other country also. So world today with COVID-19, as we are looking into the various reports, the summary of all the happenings in the last 2.5 years. So people who got infected with the COVID-19 are at increased risk of developing heart conditions up to a year later. So the people even who got treated from the COVID-19, they are having the increased risk of developing heart conditions. So this is what Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has really revealed to all of us long back, that people who are suffering with the COVID, or even they get treated, get cured of the COVID, they are going to have the various diseases, various lungs related, heart related issues, and specifically many issues related in the upper part of the body, especially above the heart layer. So this is what also the various research agencies have come to this finding. The Pan American Health Organization warned that the millions of children have fallen behind on routine immunizations during the pandemic, causing outbreak of disease such as measles and diphtheria in Latin America and the Caribbean. So because of continuous lockdowns into the various parts of the country, various parts of the world, the various immunization process, the routine immunization which used to happen for the children's, they all are lagging for that, and that is also causing the various immunity related diseases, weak immunity related diseases. Many doctors also believe that it's possible to have a long-term effect on the Omicron variant of the virus. And a lot of people who catch the coronavirus remain ill for an extended period, and estimated 10 to 40% later suffer from the long COVID. So not everyone gets cured at earlier stage. A lot of people have to suffer for much longer time. Then we look at the various variant, the various viruses which went on evolving itself, mutating itself to the next different variety of viruses. So here we are seeing that initially it started with alpha, then we saw the delta as dominant variant. Now Omicron has become a dominant variant, but along with that we had many more variant. So delta variant became dominant and displaced alpha in the summer of 2021, and it could do so because it had high transmissible rate compared to delta. compared to alpha. And since Omicron has higher transmissible rate, now it is becoming dominant into many parts of the world. So in comparison to the original strain of SARS-CoV-2, Omicron contains 72 mutations throughout its genome. So Omicron is seen to have a very high transmission and very high mutation rate. So it has mutated itself up to 72 mutations. Omicron is often able to evade existing immunity long enough to start an infection, cause symptoms, and transmit onward to the next person. This explains why reinfections and vaccine breakthrough infections seem to be more common with this Omicron. So because of these reasons, it is causing the reinfection also, which was not seen into the the Delta and Alpha variant of COVID-19. But with the Omicron variant, we are seeing the reinfections and high transmission rate also. So many around the world are pinning their hopes on the vaccine, but even that isn't fixing the problem. Polls show that some people may not be willing to be vaccinated. So there are many people who are choosing not to get vaccinated. And even if somebody is getting vaccinated, scientists are not very sure that it is going to it is going to actually protect the spreading of the virus. Even the persons who have taken the vaccine could get the virus, spread it. They themselves may not get sick by that, but they could still be a carrier of the virus. Also, UK recently announced that it has identified a new strain of coronavirus that appeared to be 70% more infectious than the old strain. So as overall summary, we can present that the virus is getting more and more strong and more virulent. So as the time is passing, rather than approaching towards the solution, reaching towards the solution, we are only seeing that the virus is getting more strong and more virulent, causing more and more number of infections, more number of deaths. Another study shows that many of the health workers are losing themselves mentally, and this is what the study found, which was conducted on the Australian health worker. So that report had this finding that out of 10, one is considering had a thought of suicide or self-harming during this pandemic. As the health workers are the forefront, they are the main army who is battling with the COVID-19 day and night. They are fighting, seeing the number of cases, number of patients all around them, which is breaking them also mentally. And because of that, they are considering suicide or self-harming, some of the self-harming things. So healthcare workers in Somalia suffer from the high rates of anxiety, depressions, and stress because of their work with COVID-19 cases. Initial findings of high prevalence of anxiety in the workforce is somewhere around 70% and 15% for stress. And the head of World Health Organization is pointing that it's wrong to assume, or it is dangerous to assume, that the highly transmissible Omicron is the last variant, and this could be the end game of the pandemic. We are not, the World Health Organization is not expecting this to be the end game of the pandemic, and it is expecting that many more variants may be coming into the, could be seen in the coming future. As it is saying that the Omicron, which was detected just 10 weeks ago, more than 80 million cases has been recorded, which is more than what was recorded into whole of 2020. And that gives the conclusion, that gives supports that the conditions are more ideal for many more variants to emerge. And another report says that the next COVID-19 variant, which will be coming, will be more infectious than the Omicron. So Omicron is the more infectious among all the variants that we have seen now. And the next, which is neo-COVID, is going to be much more infectious, possibly deadlier. And this is the warning from World Health Organization. So WHO epidemiologist and technical lead on the COVID-19, Dr. Maria, stressed that the pandemic is far from over, and future variants will be in some way more virulent than Omicron is now. They warned that the next variant could more easily evade immunity, rendering vaccines less effective. So vaccines are going to be less and less effective with the upcoming variants of the COVID-19. They caution that there is no guarantee that the coronavirus will get weaker as it evolves, and that although the world might hope that's the case, we can't bank on it. So in coming time, the vaccines may not be very good support. WHO chief said that the impact will be felt among the most vulnerable group, and the longer the pandemic drags on, the impact will be worse. So we have already seen the COVID-19, the pandemic for more than 2 years, and it had made many countries vulnerable, and millions of people have been pushed towards the starvations. The economic crisis has happened, the job crisis has happened into many parts of the world. But if the coronavirus or the pandemic goes longer and longer, if it drags for more longer time, the impact is going to be much worse. WHO has warned that the virus evolved. Vaccine may need to evolve as well. Variants of SARS-CoV-2 may continue to escape neutralizing antibodies induced by the vaccine against the prior variant. So as the virus gets evolved, the vaccine need to get evolved, means people need to be again and again vaccinated to keep them protected from the virus. Now, also the India is seeing a sharp rise in Omicron wave in next few weeks, and this is the report from the various health agencies. It says that the Omicron is now in the community transmission in India and has become dominant in the multiple metros. As we all have seen the report, and the country has also reported more than 43 million cases and around 1 million active cases of the COVID-19. World Health Organization saying that it is premature for any countries either to surrender or to declare victory. This virus is dangerous and it continues to evolve before our very eyes. WHO is currently tracking for 4 sublineages of Omicron variant, including BA2. So BA1 is original variant. BA2, which is 20 mutations apart, the another variations of Omicron. So the comment come at the BA2 version of the Omicron begins to replace the more common original BA1 and in the many countries. So almost 56 country BA2 has been found. This variant of Omicron has been found in 56 countries of the world. So it has been speculated that BA2 is even more transmissible than BA1, and in Denmark, BA2 has spread 1.5 times quicker than BA1. It is already known that the original Omicron BA1 itself is more transmissible than prior variants like Delta and Alpha. Also, as we saw in the summary report, that Omicron is powerful enough to reinfect the person again. And we also found some report which is confirming this conclusion, confirming this finding. So the report said that the 2 junior doctors tested positive for COVID-19 only 7 to 10 days after they recovered from the same infection. And this is the case with Omicron. So Omicron has brought this serious concern in front of all of us. So also the finding say that the Omicron 2/3 of people who had got the Omicron actually had the COVID before, which is confirming again towards the reinfections with the Omicron. So the finding comes from a large continuing study. Swab testing reveals that the people are more likely to catch the COVID again. They include healthcare workers, households with the children, a lot of members under one roof. The latest finding for the first 2 weeks of 2022, based on about 100,000 polymerase chain reaction, which is PCR test, about 4,000 were positive, by far the highest rate seen since the pandemic began. And when a selection of them were sequenced to check whatever COVID was to blame, virtually all were Omicron. So Omicron is actually spreading at very higher rate. So after all this, we are going to be looking into the solution. So we all are very much aware of the problems, the various way the problem has reached to all of us. We all are the Sakshi Pramana of these problems. Now we are going to be looking into the solution which is given by the Cosmic Mother Parashakti herself. So let us listen to this solution by Parashakti.
Parashodashi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோரும் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட நன்மையை சொல்லிட தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
So now we will look into the translation of what Devi Parashakti just revealed to all of us. So as Devi Parashakti was giving the solutions for the suffering of the Pralaya, we have been facing this Pralaya for last more than 2 years, and a large number of deaths, more than 5 million deaths has been seen, more than 404 million of COVID infections has been seen. So it has created enough number of problems in front of all of us. So now it's time for the solutions. There is a hope that Devi Parashakti is given to all of us. She is saying, oh, humans, do not be scared of the deadly infection corona through these 8 ways, which is praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am residing, worshipping me by doing fire walking, applying turmeric in chest, drinking neem juice, and meditating on me every day. Being in unclutched state, filling with eternal bliss, doing ajapa of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind applying banana peel and onion in the hills and going to sleep, being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting, in the Arunachala Spurna that blossoms as Aham Aham in the state of Ananda Spurna. So here Devi Parashakti has given the 8 very easy way for all of us to practice, and through that we will be able to protect ourselves from the COVID-19. So we'll be moving soon to the next segment where we are going to be learning about how to relate with Devi Parashakti, how to manifest Devi Parashakti in our life. But before that we move to the next segment, we'll have a short break. All of you please stay tuned.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater signs is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater signs of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. Stand. Be a conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this.
Nithyanandam, everyone. So now we will be moving to the next segment, which is going to be social media enriching and enriching. So through this segment, we are going to be enriching all of you on how to connect with Devi Parashakti through various social media platforms, or how to watch the live Parashakti Akashic reading. This applies also for how to watch live satsangs or any other live program from Kailasa. So through this, you will be able to connect with Devi Parashakti, enjoy the Bhavasamadhi Darshan, and also you'll be able to put your prayer request, your questions, your boons and blessings request to Devi Parashakti. So we are going to be discussing 5 major platforms, the official platform of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The first platform is YouTube channel. So on YouTube channel, you need to search for Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda. So this is the official name of YouTube channel of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So once you come here, you can watch the live whenever the Akashic reading is going on live. And to put your prayer request to Devi Parashakti, you need to become member of this YouTube channel. So there are various subscription models out there. You can choose any one of the subscription model and become the member of this YouTube channel. Once you become the member, you will be able to put your prayer request, your questions to Devi Parashakti. So while Devi Parashakti will be gracing all of us with the Bhavasamadhi Darshan and answering all our questions, prayers, boons and blessings, she will be directly taking our prayer request through YouTube chat option. So once you are a member of this, you will be able to put your prayer request. And once you become member here, you can also subscribe, click on the bell button to have the continuous reminder or instant reminder of the live Akashic reading. The next is Facebook. So through Facebook also you can connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, enjoy the Bhavasamadhi Darshan, and also you can put your prayer request here. So search for Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam. So even if you search for Nithyananda Paramashivam, you can see this result and come to this specific Facebook page. This is the official Facebook page of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. You can you should see his full name. And the blue tick will be there, which signifies the official Facebook page. So click on the following button and you will be notified for every time when the live is going on. So once the live is going on, you can come to this official Facebook page and check for the live feed. So under the live feed, you can put your comment, and that comment could be your prayer request, your questions, your boons and blessings. So whatever way you want to relate to Devi Parashakti, whatever questions or prayer you have for Devi Parashakti, you can put it here. Devi Parashakti will be directly answering to your prayer request through the Facebook social media channel also. The next, you can show your intentions for Paramashivoham 3. So as all of you know that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is conducting Paramashivoham level 3 full-time program, which is directly being conducted by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism after 3 years of long gap. So in this program, you will get to sit with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for full day. So you can show your intentions for Paramashivoham 3 by updating your Facebook cover image to the special Paramashivoham cover. So through this way, you will also be enriching your friends and family about this upcoming program. To get the Facebook cover image, you can head over to kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. Scroll towards the end of the page, and at the end of the page, you will see the Facebook cover image will be there. There will be one button to click and download. So once you have downloaded it, you can upload the Facebook cover image in your Facebook page or profile, whatever you have been maintaining. And through this, you can show your intentions for the Paramashivoham. Also for registrations, you can go to the kailasa.org/Paramashivoham. So there all the information related with the Paramashivoham, the registrations links will be available. So through that, you will be able to keep yourself updated about the various programs. The next is Twitter. So on the Twitter, so you can search for @Sri Nithyananda. You will get the official Twitter handle of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Once you get this Twitter profile, you can click on following button. You can click on the bell button. Once you click on it, it will continuously notify you about the live programs which will be going on. So when the live Akashic reading is going on, you can come to this Twitter handle, you can come to the live feed, click on the reply button, and under this reply section, you can put your prayer request, your questions. But do not forget to put hashtag ask the avatar. So while you are putting your prayer request to Devi Parashakti or boons or blessing, whatever you are putting in front of Devi Parashakti, please put the hashtag ask the avatar. So this is another social media platform through which Devi Parashakti will be directly attending to you. The next is Sri Nithyananda, Instagram. So on Instagram, do search for Sri Nithyananda. That is the official Instagram handle of Supreme Quantum of Hinduism. So here also the same procedure as in the various other social media platforms we have been following. So click on the following button, and through this you will be able to follow Sri Nithyananda on Instagram, and you can continuously get the notifications about the various live programs that will be happening, including Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So once the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is being live broadcasted, you can come here and under the comment section, you can put your prayer request to Devi Parashakti. So these are the various ways through which you will be able to connect to Devi Parashakti, put your prayer request to her. The next and last platform is official website of Kailasa government. So please visit to kailasa.org, K-A-I-L-A-A-S-A. Okay. So do not forget to put double A in kailasa.org. So once you come here on the bottom left side, you can see the WhatsApp widget, and through this widget also your questions will be taken. So someone will be there to attend to your WhatsApp questions through your WhatsApp, and that way you will be able to connect. So these are the various ways to connect with Devi Parashakti when the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is going on. Now we'll be presenting to you the another segment where you can see the various offerings to Devi Parashakti. Through these offerings, you'll be able to connect with Devi Parashakti, manifest the grace and blessings, and ultimately the oneness with the Paramashiva himself. So the ritualistic way of connecting with the Devi Parashakti is one of the most easiest way to connect and manifest divine within oneself. But before we move to the next segment, we will have a short break. So please stay tuned.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, heal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness as power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness.
Nithyananda, welcome to the amazing way of this section where we'll be showing you how to do the offerings to Devi Parashakti. You just now saw how easy it is to connect with Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti through 5 social media platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, all that. And you can just at click ask the questions, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism almost daily or twice a day is continuously coming and showering, answering your questions, boon requests, giving the most powerful initiations for the Devi Parashakti initiations, and all these things he is continuously showering and preparing us for the magnanimous Paramashivoham level 3 and upgrading us permanently. So now when you feel that gratitude and when you're pouring with gratitude and you want to really connect with that Devi Parashakti, we will show you another easy ways through this Kriya Pada, how you can do with proper context how you can do the offerings to Devi Parashakti, and you can get a tremendous breakthrough in your journey. So the first three slides will be showing you the context of why you should be doing the offering. And then we'll walk you through the actual offerings. And then, like even today, Devi Parashakti and Supreme Pontiff was blessing us with these Atmalingas. So now we'll go through the actual section of getting the right context. So the first shloka is from Srimad Bhagavad Purana. The meaning of the verse is as follows. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya svajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam ihamutracha modate. Verse 37 from Srimad Bhagavad Purana. One part should be used for dharma, dana, etc. Second, for yasha, public works, which bring fame to oneself. Third, should be reinvested to generate more wealth. Fourth, for kama, enjoyment of material things. And fifth, for one's family and friends. So 1/5, which is equal to 20%, should be donated for dharma. The next, now this shloka is from Dharma Shastra. It will tell you where you should be to get the maximum benefits of the offerings which you do to Devi Parashakti. Grahe dashagunam dhanam goshthe chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahasram anantam shiva sannidho. Dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Gaushala, cow pen, 1,000 times when made within the sacred places, tirthas, and an infinite number of times when made in premises of the Shivalinga, such as the Shiva temples. So this Shastra Pramana is from Dharma Shastra. Now we look at the third context of offering to Devi Parashakti. Here, the reason for why you're doing this donation. When you understand the purpose is for moksha-related nishreyas systems, then it is the most valuable. And so we'll walk you through how to make the best reason, like, why you are giving the dana, and you will get the maximum benefits. Danam trividam kanishtham jeshtam madhyamam tatra naishreyasam jeshtam kanishtham swartha siddhaye karunyat sarva bhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha. So here in the shloka, it explains that dana, when given in order to achieve the moksha or building moksha, nishreyas, is considered the most valuable form. Dana, given out of pity or kindness for others or for one's own kith and kin, is considered to be a medium value. It is also called daya danam. Dana, given to achieve one's own selfish ends, is known as the least valued of all. Now, the next offering to Devi Parashakti, the first offering to Devi Parashakti is Ihundi. And it is very easy to do. We'll guide you through that. The Shastra Pramana for offering for the Ihundi is as follows. Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vasya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini. So here, Devi is fond of true devotion. Bhakti Priya, she is realized through true devotion. Bhakti Gamya, easily through bhakti, we can get her. She can be won over through true devotion, she removes all the fears. She is bhayapaha. She will remove all the fear. If there is any fear in the minds of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Lord Shambhu, Shiva, Sharadaradhya means worshipped by Sharada, Saraswati, Sharvani, wife of Lord Shiva, Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Shramadayini Devi, who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted out during puja to Devi. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Sankalpa chanting. The nominal donation for this seva is $1. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Tayye tan moyate vishwam shaiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijjanam tushtaruttim prayashchadi. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So this Shastra Pramana is from Devi Mahatmyam. The offering the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. So here we will take, so this slide explains the importance of the divine element gold. The gold element is present. So once you understand the importance of the divine element gold, we'll go through the offerings of the golden offerings to Devi Parashakti and the Guru. So gold is present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Rituals, feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. Indus River, which is the Sindhu River, was called Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, and in the Rig Veda, the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering the gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. Now we'll go through, we'll take a short break, and now we'll go through the different offerings made in divine element gold.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have, you will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside.
Nithyananda, welcome back to the beautiful offering, the offerings of the golden made of gold to Devi Parashakti, and then the offerings to the Guru. So the first offering to Devi Parashakti made of gold is Swarna Kasu, Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The donation is 75, 151 and 251 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes the repetition of her various names. This verse is from Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It is very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer the gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you are always wanted to imbibe within you. So today morning also, you understood the importance of connecting with the Mahameru when guided meditation. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism told us to focus, to look at the Mahameru. That's the same Mahameru. Of Mukta Anguthi, finger ring with the pearl. The donation is 251, 501, and 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham shinjannu purukim kinim manidharam padma prabha bhasuram sarva bhishta phalapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. I bow to Goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon. She who wears the anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells. She is shining like the splendor of lotus. She grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain. She is worshipped by Goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to Goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. So you can do all the offerings to Devi Parashakti at tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. Offer the finger ring with pearl to the Cosmic Mother and experience blessings and healing with your mother. The offering to Devi Parashakti, Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus. The donation is 600 USD. Now we'll look at the Shastra Pramana from the Kamikagama. Ashtaviddeshwaropeta kumbhavarna samayutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushitam sapidhana sakurascha pakva bilva phala prabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvita. All the kalashas should be, the meaning of this verse is as follows. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during the worship. Involve the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp, and lotus petals. The lotus is a divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also considered as lotus. Base of Paramashiva Linga is also considered lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as the lotus about to bloom. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express the gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother. The next offering to Devi Parashakti is Swarna Methi, the golden toe ring. The donation for this seva is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. Nakhad Diditi Sanchanna Namajjana Tamoguna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha. You, whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance of the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You, whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. The next, the shloka number 83 from Saundarya Lahari which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. The offering to Devi Parashakti, Swarna Methi, the golden touring. Offering the gold touring to Devi Parashakti, Devi adorning her sacred feet to be in constant gratitude and for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of our life. So, as reminder, you can do all the offerings to Devi Parashakti on tiny.cc/Devi offerings. Now we look at the last offering to Devi Parashakti in gold. It's called Chudamani, the gold hairline jewelry. The donation is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana is as follows. Sudha Sarabhi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrahara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrahara chakra, which is fully opened. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive the blessings of offering the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and state of complete completion. Now we'll enter into this offerings to the Guru after a short break. And we'll go through the different importance of the getting the context why we need to do the offering to the Guru. So now we'll look at the offering to the Guru. The Shastra Pramana for this offering to the Guru is as follows. Napaduka paro manyo nadeva Shri Guru para nahi shaktat para Deeksha na punyam kula pujanat. So there is no mantra higher than the Paduka, no God higher than the Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. Kularnav Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12. So here we are, as you all are blessed, today morning only you got so many initiations and all that. Now we'll look at the context of why you need to do the offering to the Guru or the king, royalty or the deity. So as you know, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is an incarnation. So we can worship him as the deity, is the royalty, also Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and Kailasa, the only Hindu kingdom, and Guru. So he's guiding and giving us all these blessings and massive, powerful initiations. So we'll look at the Shastra Pramana now. Rikta hastascha nopeya drajanam devatam gurum phala pushямbaradini यथा शक्या समर्पयेत् एवं यो न चरद्देवी ब्रह्म राक्षसतां व्रजेत्. One should not approach royalty. The meaning of this Shastra Pramana from Kularnav Tantra, 12th chapter, verse 120 is as follows. One should not approach royalty, the deity, or the Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruits, flower, cloth, and likewise according to his capacity. One who does not do so will become a Brahma Rakshasa. The next offering to Devi Parashakti, the first offering to Devi Parashakti is, to the Guru is Pratyaksha Pada Puja, and the donation amount for this is 1008 USD. And in this offering to Guru, you'll be going through the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, which is the 16 steps, different offerings, which will be done ritualistically to the Guru and the incarnation, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is as follows. So this Shastra Pramana was given by Lord Shiva to Devi Parashakti. Koti koti mantra japat, koti tirthavagahanat, koti devachana devi, parasri paduka smriti. O Devi, remember this paduka, which yields infinitely greater merit than billions and billions of mantra japa, billions and billions of pilgrimages, and billions of worships. So it explains the importance of doing the worship to the Guru. This Pada Puja, which is so powerful, it will do so many benefits to you by just one Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Now we'll look into the other offering, the next offering to the Guru, the Vastra Seva, the Vastra Alankara Seva. So this Seva is 1008 USD. And we looked at this Shastra Pramana just few slides back. So here in the Vastra Seva, you'll be offering Devi Parashakti, to the Guru, the Vastra Alankara. So the Vastra means the cloth, the divine Kashaya Vastram, which is adorned in this picture by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the different alankaras, the golden Rudraksha alankaras, which are adorned by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti, and the Ganesha and the different alankaras. So today you saw how Devi Parashakti, how Supreme Pontiff, yes. So here you can give the offering to the Vastra Seva, and with this we conclude the section of the Vastra Seva, and then we will be moving into the next section of how easy it is to make all these offerings. So we'll be guiding with all that after a short break.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression.
Nithyananda. Now we'll look at how to do these offerings to Devi Parashakti in this video. So the first URL for offering for the registration to Bhav Samadhi is in this URL. You will do the tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi, and here you'll put your intention for all the different offerings you are interested in. So do next and put your contact information. Select the Devi Bhav Samadhi Darshan in this drop down, and then you'll see the Parashakti Bhav Samadhi Darshan, and you'll see all the different offerings here. And once you select whatever offerings you want to do, select that, and then on this URL, you can do the tiny.cc Devi-offerings. You make sure you do select the right quantity here, and then add to the cart. Once you add to the cart, you verify everything looks good right here, the amount and the quantity of the sevas, and then proceed to checkout. So once you click on proceed to checkout, you can see the billing information, and you can fulfill your order here. And once the online payment is done successfully, we'll guide you through the Sankalpa. So tiny.cc/Sankalpa 2021. So here you can register for the names in the Sankalpa mantra, which will, while offering the seva for you, and provide all that information and your name, your family member's name, and the seva, actual seva which you are going to offer. So provide all that. And with this, we will be concluding this seva, this section of the offering. And we'll be moving to the next segment after a short break.
Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply. Involved people are the most delicious, most sweet, most beautiful, most juiciest beings of planet Earth. The moment you decide, your consciousness is the supreme identity you have. You will not empower your depression, your frustration, deal your problems, whether it is simple headache or depression or the worst suicidal patterns or life negativity, only through consciousness. Don't go for any other solution. Don't keep stupid, toxic, life negative struggles inside. Your consciousness has power at this moment to swallow, digest, clean up all negativity and all toxins. Develop a powerful will persistence. That's the most important asset for life. I am not giving you some life positive blah blah. I am giving you the facts of life. I am triggering your consciousness. Time itself is nothing but your decision to struggle with the same rut. Your decision to struggle with the same rut is time, Kala. Your decision to swallow time is Kala Bhairava. conscious woman or man. Be conscious being. Shrink the time through conscious will persistence. Make the future into present by being ferocious with yourself. I am your Guru. I will make you enlightened. It's my commitment. Till you become Paramashiva, I won't rest. Don't worry at all. To all my disciples, I give you this as a boon. I'll swallow everything with which you are stuck and liberate you all. Greater signs of life can be realized with a greater ability to visualize. Greater science is the equivalent word for Hinduism. When you understand the greater science of life, greater courage, more possibility, more fearlessness, more joy, more bliss. When you visualize Paramashiva with 25 heads, 75 eyes, 50 hands, your consciousness becomes ferocious, and that ability to visualize, you will get involved in everything deeply.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Tandvatitam Gagana Satrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam sarvadhi sakshibhutam bhavaatitam trigunarahitam satgurum tam namami. As you know, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are critical to ensuring a sustainable future, as it generates solutions for everyday life and helps us to answer the great mysteries of the universe. According to leading global experts serving on the UN Secretary General's Scientific Advisory Board, the top challenges for the future of humanity and the planet are: one ocean, many countries, building a blue economy sustainably, addressing threats to biodiversity and establishing a new paradigm for the global tropics, developing a comprehensive strategy against infectious agents, including a global system for immediate response, investing a fraction of GDP in research and education in basic science, averting enormous human disasters through prediction, emissions-free technology, changing the fossil fuel paradigm, providing drinkable water for all, and finding solutions for a world overwhelmed by unequal resource use and continued population growth.
And in order to find solutions to these challenges and to achieve a sustainable future for all, bridging gender gaps and melting down stereotypes in the field of science is absolutely necessary. In fact, history shows that despite challenges of gender discrimination and lack of recognition in the scientific community, countless inspiring women in the fields of science, technology, engineering, and math, also called as STEM, have helped advance the understanding of the world around us through science. However, did you know that as of now, according to the United Nations data, less than 30% of scientific researchers worldwide are women? The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres said, "Advancing gender equality in science and technology is essential for building a better future." He adds, "We have seen this yet again in the fight against COVID-19.
And today, February 11, is the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, as declared by the United Nations. It is a day to recognize that both science and gender equality are vital for the achievement of the internationally agreed Sustainable Development Goals, also known as SDG, including the 2030 Agenda. Ensuring gender equality in all fields, including science, is part of the core foundation of the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this program is brought to you by Kailasa UN Mission in collaboration with Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Ancient Sacred Science, Arts and Sciences. So, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? Let us now watch a short video.
Founder of Kailasa, Paramashiva, and his 1008th incarnation, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, the enlightened civilization, the greatest Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness was birthed by his predecessors of enlightened masters, great rishis, munis, siddhas, who predicted and recognized His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam as an incarnation of Paramashiva as per the science of incarnation described in Hinduism. From his first Chaturmasya at the age of 3 in the year 1980 until the age of 16 in the year 1994, the Supreme Pontiff was trained for the revival of Kailasa. He began reviving Kailasa from the age of 16 after the coronation on the 25th May 1994. Kailasa that we see today is 26 years of sincere hard work of the reviver and Hindu diaspora all over the world.
The problems of the modern day humanity Sanatana Hindu Dharma is solution. Whether the terrorism or climate change, natural calamities or man-made calamities, for all the problems humanity is facing, the only solution is science of living enlightenment, revealed by Paramashiva from the Vedagamas in the modern day through this body. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution and setting model communities. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I will work sincerely and revive this spiritual science.
Building a nation is not a project accomplished overnight or by virtue of hope. Kailasa is the manifestation of 26 years of sincere hard work, sacrifices, integrity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the Hindu diaspora worldwide for the past 26 years for the enlightenment of humanity.
Thank you for joining us live today. And your hosts for today's program on this International Day of Women and Girls in Science are Her Excellency Mavijayapriya Nithyananda, Permanent Ambassador of Kailasa to the United Nations, as well as delegates from Kailasa, Manitya Katitananda, and myself, Manitya Swatantra Priyananda. We warmly welcome each and every one of you as we are all connecting today to reflect on how science impacts our day-to-day life and how we can together work towards bridging gender gaps in the field of science for the benefit of humanity. But why do these questions matter? A simple look at statistics can help us understand the importance of such a discussion. According to the United Nations, a significant gender gap has persisted throughout the years at all levels of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, disciplines all over the world. Even though women have made tremendous progress towards increasing their participation in higher education, they are still underrepresented in these fields. Women are typically given smaller research grants than their male colleagues. And while they represent 33.3% of all researchers, only 12% of members of national science academies are women. In cutting-edge fields such as artificial intelligence, only 1 in 5 professionals, 22%, is a woman. Despite a shortage of skills in most of the technological fields driving the fourth industrial revolution, women still account for only 28% of engineering graduates and 40% of graduates in computer science and informatics. Female researchers tend to have shorter, less well-paid careers. Their work is underrepresented in high-profile journals, and they are often passed over for promotion.
So we have a few questions that we would like to ask you. Firstly, as a girl or a woman interested in the field of science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM, what support exists that you can leverage to help you towards the achievement of your goal? Secondly, as a parent, do you believe girls are given full and equal opportunity to participate in higher education? Thirdly, as teachers, principals, and school administrators, do your schools offer mentoring programs for girls and women to help them realize their peak potential? As university faculty and administrators, what is the ratio of women enrolled in STEM in your university, and how does that ratio compare to other faculties? A few more questions again. As individuals working in the field of STEM, are there changes in the working environment that would better support gender equality? As a corporate or government leader, do your policies embody gender equality? And what are the consequences on society when such values are not upheld? And last but not least, as a community member or influencer, what stereotypes need to be addressed and what changes need to be made in your community to ensure gender equality? So these are all questions that we have presented to you today, and we encourage you to share your comments and your thoughts on live social media throughout this discussion.
And in the next segment, we will learn how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working on achieving gender equality in science in alignment to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. So what is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is specifically doing to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 2030? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has launched 108 humanitarian initiatives through Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations to spread the great spiritual truths of Hinduism from its age-old scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas, all over the world. For instance, Hinduism is a totality of at least 10,000 indigenous traditions and nations. Through the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is working to revive all these traditions and uniting all nations. Pertaining to science and gender equality, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Feminine Empowerment and Gender Equality. Second, the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Mystical and Spiritual Sciences, and also the Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Ancient Sacred Arts and Sciences. These Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations initiatives directly align to the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. The SDG goal number 4, for example, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. The SDG goal number 5 is to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. The SDG goal number 9 is to build a resilient infrastructure, promote inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation.
Thank you, Ma Vijayapriya. Let us now get into the core of the subject. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism declared, Hinduism is the greatest science. The Hindu tradition has stood for over 10,000 years as an enlightened civilization. Hinduism has been a global beacon of spiritual and timeless wisdom, technology, and culture. The ancient Hindu civilization produced more than 40% of the world's GDP and was very advanced in many STEM-related fields. For example, in mathematics, the digit zero revolutionized mathematics. Advanced concepts such as the Pythagorean theorem was already known. Astronomy, they knew that the Earth revolved around the sun and had developed advanced sidereal charts. Architecture, to this day, Hindu temples and monuments that no one can replicate, even with all the modern machinery, exist. Construction, the flush toilet and complex sewage system was developed. Aerospace, so one example, the Pushpaka Vimanas, the aircrafts, which can fly not only from one place to another place, but from one plane to another plane. Medicine, the scientist Shushruta had developed cataract and plastic surgery, advances in Ayurveda and Siddha medicine. Nuclear force, the Bhagavad Gita reveals that the ancient Hindu civilization had mastered nuclear force technologies. One example, cosmic weapons such as Brahmastra, which would now be referred to as atomic weapons. And gravity, one of the oldest Hindu scriptures, Guru Tattva, referred to the force of gravity, the omnipresent force of the universe, known in Hindu scriptures as Prapancha. And these are only few examples. Yes, there are many such examples of scientific and economic revolution unleashed by the enlightened civilization. Such advances were possible primarily due to the science of enlightenment, also known as yoga, which formed the basis of the civilization. Arising from deep knowledge of the body, mind, and nature, yoga was the science of uniting humans with their divine potential inherent within them, also called Advaita or oneness, which led to extraordinary achievements.
So let us now take a look into how the legitimacy of Hindu sciences has been established in the sacred scriptures of Hinduism, the Vedas and the Agamas. So in Hinduism, there are two types of scriptures, the revealed scriptures and the remembered scriptures. The revealed scriptures are referred to as Shruti and the remembered scriptures as Smriti. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism defines Shruti as the ultimate cosmic truths and revelations, like the origin of the universe, the way cosmos functions, the reality of individual soul and universe. And there's Shruti, and a great example of this is the Veda Agamas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains that the Vedas and Agamas are accepted as Shruti, and Shruti is a Sanskrit word meaning that which is heard. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism specifically explains that the Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, whereas Agamas can be referred to as applied science or the scriptures where the applied science is expanded. In the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, his own words, he says, Agamas are more like a practical manual of how to, what to, where to, when to. All these details are answered with the right context, giving enough understanding, I should say, in a more sympathetic, compassionate way, with a lot of concern for human beings. The Agamas include detailed science on many subjects, such as how to construct cities, villages, temples, houses, palaces, how to sculpt deities, and how to conduct rituals.
There are many cases where information from the Vedas and Agamas, like astronomical calculations, have only just been recently verified scientifically, since only now the modern technology has evolved sufficiently to verify them. This makes us wonder what other scientific knowledge in the Vedas and Agamas is yet to be discovered by modern science. In fact, there's a huge ocean of knowledge in the ancient Vedas and Agamas, which are today being rediscovered, which promises huge breakthroughs in science, physics, math, medicine, and all areas of human potential. Many of these discoveries have been recently tested in laboratory environments and totally overturn many scientific and physical limitations we thought were impossible, from levitation to materialization to abilities ranging from extraordinary healing, telepathy, remote viewing, to reading blindfolded. Research conducted on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain demonstrates an extraordinary possibility for human potential. For example, on April 14, 2005, Dr. William Collins, a leading researcher and practicing neurofeedback specialist at the latter's office in St. Louis, USA, studied the brain activity of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism while he was healing a subject. He concluded, "The world is not going to believe this." He revealed that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's brain activity during just sitting was 1/20th that of normal people. Dr. Collins concluded, "There's a normal state for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as his normal state was the same as Samadhi state, the state of meditative consciousness." While the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's meditation, Dr. Collins found brainwave readings that he concluded were like someone who had been meditating for 20 years. Further, he saw defying readings that indicated that while normal people meditated with concentration, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism merely entered into a state of pure awareness. When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, was made to heal a patient, the right side of his brain became so hyperactive that Dr. Collins stated, "If I had done this, I would be fatigued and sleeping by the time it is over." On the contrary, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was fresh after healing, which was a shock to Dr. Wan. The healer's brain readings revealed that high frequency waves were produced and sustained during the healing period, which was abnormal and did not tire him out either, but rather refreshed him. And this is just one of the many examples of research conducted not only on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but also on his disciples and on participants of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's programs. Based on such extraordinary possibilities verified by modern science, what is in store for scientists, physicists, universities, and medical institutions worldwide? How can modern science catch up and attempt to measure these happenings?
Thank you, Mavijayapriya. This is a very good question. And so on December 19th, 2016, Dr. Rajiv Malhotra, an internationally known researcher, writer, speaker, and public intellectual on current affairs as they relate to civilizations, cross-cultural encounters, religion, and science, conducted a fascinating interview with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism about the future of science and how it is changing due to the extraordinary knowledge rooted in the Vedas and Agamas. In the interview with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Dr. Rajiv Malhotra outlines the two requirements for something to be called a science. Number one, it needs to be based on some theoretical framework. And number two, The theoretical framework needs to outline the cause and effect. In other words, science is the theory of causation. This cause produces this result. You should be able to test and verify that it really works. Based on this definition, Dr. Rajiv Malhotra posits that the Agamas satisfies both requirements of science because it outlines what must be done, for example, in the form of personal or temple rituals, and what result can be expected from these actions, thus satisfying the first requirement of science. The second requirement of science is that of testing and verifying. To better understand how the Veda Agamas meet this requirement, we must first define what are Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, Atma Pramana, and Sakshi Pramana. Shastra Pramana are the eternal, unchangeable truths as revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramanas are the experiences and results of Aptas, or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who time-tested and verified this science. Atma Pramana are the accounts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, this millennium's avatar own experiences. And Sakshi Pramana, the experiences of millions of disciples, devotees, and followers initiated into this science by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And let us now listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's explanation of what are Shastra Pramanas, Apta Pramanas, Atma Pramanas.
Veda and Agamas are considered as Shastra Pramana. It is non-controversial. Anyone who is the follower of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the accepting the superiority, authority of the Veda Agamas is the basic thing. And masters who accept the authority of the Veda Agamas only can be called as Aptas. Anyone and everyone cannot be called as Aptas. And all their words cannot be taken as Apta Pramana. Masters who accept the authority of the Vedas, Shastra Pramana, like Ramakrishna, Ramana Maharshi, those great beings, Patanjali, Krishna, the beings, the great masters, exemplaries, who accept the authority of the Veda Agamas are Aptas. Their input is very much needed because time to time they make the whole thing again alive.
New context.
They bring the whole Sanatana Hindu Dharma as real in every new context.
Yes.
So Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana are the authorities for Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Anybody who gets any Atma Pramana, they have to acid wash their Atma Pramana with Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana. Whatever stands that acid wash only should be shared with the world.
It's a beautiful sharing and explanation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So in this video, Dr. Rajiv Malhotra, he further shared the empirical foundation of all the practices is verified in two ways. One is it produces the results being promised, and secondly, it is in compliance with the Shastra. As long as that is the case, there is no logical scientific basis for you to reject. He went on and explained and asked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Veda Agamas are the highest truth, the ultimate truth. But how were they written? Who authored these most revered source books of Hinduism? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains, understand, Agama records very clearly. Paramashiva gave Agamas, revealed Vedas, everything to the Sapta Rishis. Please understand, Vedas has no age. It's eternal, Apaurushaya Attva, meaning not be originated by any Purusha or man, not having any Purusha as origin. Vedas are eternal, but they were penned down revealed by the rishis, a little after Paramashiva revealed the Agamas. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the Vedas, they're literally God. All the ashrams start worshipping this book. This is the cosmic source of the cosmic knowledge. Understand the simple introduction. The universal energy, cosmic energy, manifests these cosmic vibrations. These vibrations, when it gets mapped into powerful cognitions, knowledge, that is called Shabda Veda. This is not a book, it is literally God. Veda, Shabda Veda, Bhagwan himself. It is directly given by Paramashiva, just to introduce the source of the cosmic knowledge.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism further shared, people ask me, why should we follow the Agamas? If you start only, you will understand. So much time will not be wasted in reinventing. The whole Agamas comes from such a higher space. Even if you do research and development, after 200 years, you will end up the same. If you bring the Agamas and start using it, you will not be wasting 200 years of research and development. That's all. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on February 27, 2019. So now let us watch a short video.
If you understand the physics, chemistry, biology of the cosmos, which I am trying to reveal to the world, the super science pratyaksha pramanas, understand? The modern day science is yet to catch up with the pratyaksha pramana of Paramashiva. All the things I am trying to reveal is fundamental principles. I tell you, if little energy, time, money, intelligence is spent in doing research on the super science of Paramashiva, within next 10 years, the humanity will have 10 times more growth than what we had in last 1,000 years. Understand? From the time modern science has started developing, whatever growth humanity had, modern day science and modern day technology, from that time, modern science and modern technologies have started getting developed. Whatever growth humanity had, 10 times more we will have in next 10 years if we can put little time, energy, intelligence in doing research on the super science, pratyaksha pramanas, Paramashiva has revealed in Veda Agamas.
The extraordinary knowledge rooted in the Vedas and Agamas is both a pure and applied science gifted to humanity from Paramashiva, revealed through the ancient rishis. This science is necessary to ensure a sustainable future, which is why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is making it available to the whole world.
And a very important part of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's work is to transmit Vedic sciences, the superconscious science, to all women for the enlightenment of humanity. And so on this International Day of Women and Girls in Science, let us see how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is transmitting this knowledge to all women. So first, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is a bold advocate of women empowerment and gender equality. He was himself groomed and trained by extraordinary women, pillars and protectors of the ancient Hindu civilization and its enlightenment science. One of his gurus was Mataji Vibhutanandapuri Devi, also known as Kupamal. She was a true yogini and master of Hindu sciences. Kupamal taught the young Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism many ancient sciences, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiates humanity into today.
Thank you, Ma Swatantrapriya. And some of these sciences include the science of Shodasi, the 16 syllables revered in the Hindu tradition of mother worship, which awakens the geometry of the very cosmos as Sri Yantra in one system. And in fact, over the last couple of days, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has been initiating thousands across the globe into this most powerful science of Shodasi. So do not miss any of these initiations. It's all live on social media and free and easily accessible to all. Then there's the science of Nirahara Samyama, living without food. It is an expression of yogic powers with the ability to absorb energy directly from air. It is a technique used to explore and discover your body's possibility to live without any external input like food or water. In truth, your body is the miniature of the cosmos with all possible intelligence in it. Then there's the science of Aushadha, which is a spiritual alchemy science, which usually involves a mixture of herbal components, which is energized through mantras and other means. And this can be applied on the skin or swallowed to sustain the enlightenment energy and manifest extraordinary powers. Some examples of Aushadhas include Putra Kameshti Aushadha, landing divine entities on planet Earth; Suryatita Aushadha, creating instant experience of the most exalted states of Samadhi; Amritattva, awakening immortality; and Blue Veil, life positivity to combat collective delusion, and much more. And in fact, Kupamal initiated the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into the Skanda Shashti Vratam, the austere 6-day practice of worship of Lord Muruga, and fasting before the auspicious occasion of Skanda Shashti, where Lord Muruga triumphantly declares victory over negativity of the world in the form of Tarakasur. On the first year that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism did this vratam, he describes that he had the darshan of Lord Subramanya, another name for Lord Muruga, who then revealed to him the full alchemy science, the science of using ancient Hindu mandalas and energized items to sustain superconsciousness in you.
Thank you, Makatita. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares, morning I will sit with Raghupati Yogi and evening Kupamal and learn the Vedantic truths. She used to have a huge book, which is the essence of 4 Upanishads. Basically, she taught me all that. Through these and many other teachings and initiations from Yogini Mataji Kupamal, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was able to achieve a superconscious breakthrough and realize his avataric mission. Through the revival of Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is bringing the many ancient sciences of Hinduism to humanity and giving humanity a superconscious breakthrough for the sake of ensuring a sustainable future for all beings.
And today, through Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives free education to women and girls in all fields, including sciences. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals that the amazing system of enlightened women, sages, scientists, sacred, powerful women who dedicate their whole life to research and analysis of every field was decimated during the systematic, egregious, and ongoing genocide over the last 5,000 years. The Hindu Holocaust was a complete cultural genocide of female monastic orders. There is, in fact, much historical evidence that the pure and applied science in the sacred texts of Hinduism was practiced by women. The 64 Yogini Temple in Morena, Yogini Temple in Bhubaneswar, Vajrayogini Temple in Nepal. These are some of the temples that stand till date, legitimizing the history of the glorious Hindu feminism. There were many indigenous traditions, sampradayas, that had this science as their very lifestyle.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares. In Hindu tradition, there were beautiful sampradaya, the Rudra Kanya sampradaya, the sacred strong woman, sacred powerful woman who dedicate their whole life for all this research and analysis of every field. So whether it's Vastu, gemology, astrology, cosmology, biology, physics, or geography, these women who are dispassionate, who have no strings attached, who are completely in the space of Vairagya, most sacred, most powerful space. This whole generation, the Sampradaya of Rudra Kanyas, dedicated their life for keeping the sacred science of Veda Agamic tradition alive as a backbone structure. So there are enough documents to prove that in Meenakshi's time, she was running a huge Hindu medicinal hospital with protocols with a large number of trained Rudra Kanyas being doctors. Not only in the field of medicine, in Meenakshi's time, women were the greatest teachers of yoga and power manifestation system and all other spiritual sciences and arts. So let us now listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he describes how the science of producing Rudra Kanyas, Yogini, or female masters of yoga, Rishikas, female sages, and Swaminis, female gurus, was revealed, and the commitment of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive this science as part of the Yogini Sarvanyapita.
Meenakshi's mother's Samrajya is called Surangi Samrajya. We have enough documents now to prove, historical documents, and Akashic records also confirm Meenakshi's mother Kanchanamala came from Surangi Samrajya. The whole science of yoginis, evolving yoginis and Rudraganyas, Swaminis, giving superconscious breakthrough, enlightenment, powers to women, that whole science, Rishikas, producing Rishikas, Rudraganyas, Yoginis, Swaminis, this whole science, Parashakti has revealed first to 64 Yoginis. Through Parashakti, Paramashiva himself revealed, and through them, the whole Sampradaya started evolving. That science was held, kept alive and protected and flourished in Surangi Samrajya. The place was called Hirapur, means Hiranyagarbha Puri. Hiranyagarbha means the golden cosmic eternal womb. Hiranyagarbha. Hirapur. The Devi's Hiranyagarbha. Parameshwara, Parashakti, and Paramashiva, Parashakti, Parameshwara is one and the same. Paramashiva, Parameshwara, Parashakti manifested this great science of enlightenment and power manifestation to women of the universe and initiated the 64 yoginis, and that science was kept alive as parampara in Surangi Samrajya. That is why the Kanchana Mala, who was master of that science, was princess of Surangi Samrajya, was married to Malayadvaja Pandya. When Meenakshi happened, the whole science was revived in Madurai also. Now, with the grace of Devi Meenakshi Parashakti and Sundareshwara Paramashiva, the whole science of enlightenment, power manifestation, and all the best things for women is going to be again revived.
Yes, such beautiful and powerful revelations. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the whole science. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares his vision for the future of girls and women in science. He said, all these sciences which were there in Surangi Samrajya, which Kanchanamala brought to Madurai, which was revived by Meenakshi, there will be a beautiful grand ecosystem exclusively for women. It will be reviving the Yogini sciences, revival of Yogini Sampradaya, Rudrakanya, Rishika, Swamini, Kulasundari. This Yogini Sarvanyapitam will be the greatest gift of Paramashiva and Parashakti through this body. This will have a unique temple, monastery, university, training center, exclusively for women, funded only by women. It will be built, operated, and run only by women. Among women, there will be 64 sampradayas as revealed by Paramashiva and Parashakti. The Yogini Sampradaya, Rudra, Rishika, Kulasundari, Swamini, like this, 64 sampradayas revealed by Parashakti, Paramashiva. All the 64 will be revived. Everything given to women by Parashakti and Paramashiva will be revived in this Yogini Sarvanyapitam. Medicinal system, yoga, power manifestation, food, everything given to women by Paramashiva and Parashakti will be revived from here. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam.
And on June 20th, 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared, I will share the spiritual power manifestation sciences to the women of the world and evolve yoginis, swaminis, and rudrakanyas for future generations to have superconscious evolution and breakthroughs. And so for the past 27 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been relentlessly working towards the revival of the glorious past of the ancient enlightened civilizational nation, which mastered the cosmic sciences. Through the revival of the Yogini Sarvanyapita and the Rudrakanya Sampradaya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism empowers women to learn, teach, and spread the science of enlightenment with the world once again.
And as we end today's presentation on the International Day of Women and Girls in Science, we would like to thank each of you for being here. We do hope that you would have gained a greater understanding and appreciation for Hinduism and all the greater sciences of Hinduism. How the revival of the ancient science of Hinduism is not only good, but in fact necessary in the world today. And we would like to leave with you this beautiful quote from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And he says, you need to know Hinduism is a greater science. Only then you will revive it rightly. He shared as well in 2021, November 4th. The Hindu knowledge is not all just documents, but verifiable and even now practically usable. Hinduism is real. I can give millions of proofs that the future of humanity is dependent on the revival of Hinduism. Do not take Hinduism for granted. And he shared in 2020, we need to make the Hindu nation to keep this great science alive and pass it on to the next generation. So we thank you once again, and we will now close with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyati. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Parukar Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam